Kerstin, where's Kerstin actually? Kerstin has left. Let's wait if you agree. Ah, there. That's the age, you know. Well, welcome. Welcome to
and
the
William
sixth.
should also be on stage, but I don't know, but I asked him to come, so he should be coming.
Ah, yes,
Can I
yes,
see him
William.
somewhere?
Where's William?
Okay, why don't I... Ah, there he is. And let me ask the technicians if perhaps when I'm not speaking you could switch off my mic, because otherwise even when I cough, the whole audience will hear it. Thank you.
Well, yes, welcome. Welcome everybody to this sixth edition of this summer days. I think we've never had a hotter summer day, and I hope that we will all, how could I say, survive. I would like to greet all the participants. I would like to greet, of course, the Vice President of the European Parliament is coming any moment, but the Chairwoman of the President of the Workers' Group of the Economic and Social Committee, the Director of DG Employment, and the Executive Director of EU OSHA. And of course, I would like to welcome all the Commission representatives, the members of the European Parliament, which will be joining later, the social partners, trade unions, agencies, public employment services, and employers' representatives, from the representatives from the foundations, from the universities, and from think tanks. I think it should fill up. We had 230 registered. And so it's when you read that, it's really cool to start the day with that. You really feel good. And this action on
term sick, then we cannot ask the Commission for the proper funding for the relevant working days. So if a colleague would get cancer, I think it was 2024 and 2025, and that's why I didn't mention. But it's
Reshaping work. Camelo. super. I'm going to go outside the town. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? We're starting again. Ooh, the workshop leaders. Okay. Thank you to those who are already inside, and welcome to those who are joining. I hope you enjoyed lunch. Did you use the time for networking? I need to test if you're still awake. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. So we are back here now to hearing what happened in the two workshops. We had one workshop that was led by Bogdan on the psychosocial and physical risks related to the Quality Jobs Act. So maybe we start with you, because you were also the first one to start your workshop, so with a slight delay, which was due to the fact that I was running around like a headless chicken trying to solve the other workshop, which was prepared by Reshaping Work and in the end implemented by the European Policy Center, because the workshop leader was already in a plane and then the pilot decided to hop and return to Amsterdam. I'm sure there was another reason, but in any case, the plane returned to Amsterdam, and so we had to find a new workshop leader. But he did an excellent job, and he's not sitting next to me now, because sitting next to me is Iris, who you may all know. She works in the CESI Secretariat. She was very active in helping saving the workshop and setting it up, and she will be the rapporteur for the second workshop. Having said that, Bogdan, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Christian, and congratulations on saving the workshop, the second one. In a way, how you managed it was kind of the key of the discussion we had in our workshop, namely that adaptation is really important, especially when unforeseen circumstances happen, which they always do. We had, I hope, a lively discussion about risks, the negative outcomes for health and safety, but also how jobs can remain or become quality jobs in Europe despite said risks and despite the negative possible outcomes stemming from those risks. So we heard also from the head of unit of the Prevention Research Unit in Bilbao, my colleague Vibe, who helped me skirt your rule on PowerPoints. You know, we love graphs and data, so we showed you some of the findings. We have companies and enterprises from our surveys on how over the years people and especially businesses are starting to implement more and more measures to prevent better, especially some emerging risks. But then we had a discussion about 3 applied profiles. So we provided the people with 3 different jobs that we all agreed that are jobs we cannot do without, and that at this time at least we cannot really replace with robots. A nurse, a municipal worker, and a warehouse logistics operator. We discussed what could be the risks. Some people focus more on the psychosocial. We were also reminded that for some of the jobs, still the physical risks, like the nurse, remain a big factor. We heard from practitioners really in the field, and I was just lucky to present a case study of a nurse to a room with nurses in, so just that helped me out. And people came in and talked about the issues of SMEs and the costs related to adaptation. We made a link to what Klaus was saying in the morning, you know, about doom and gloom and the difficulties of the moment we live. But at the same time, I try to steer the discussion in the conclusion of where we always say that every job can be a quality job, and there's always workplace adjustments, training adjustment, organizational adjustments that can be done to improve things. People said, some of the measures are due to expenditure needed, but there was quite a wide variety, I would say, things that need to be done. And I was very happy that I was not asked in any way, and it didn't come up about legislation, because I had to make the disclaimer, our job is to look at the data and the research, and my job in the workshop was to get people to discuss based on that. And we really looked a lot about organizational measures. And yeah, our conclusion is indeed that there is a chance. We had a little show of hands at the end of the day. If people can believe that any single one of these jobs, with maybe some of the proper modifications or training or so on, can be a quality job. And the conclusion, the overwhelming majority was yes, they can all be quality jobs. One of them, the warehouse worker, interestingly enough, the one has to be managed by algorithms, had less hands in the air than all the others. And I'm making that point to also segue into the next workshop where you did discuss algorithmic management a bit more. But really, I want to thank all the people who helped me have a very interesting discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we come back to that because we also want a bit of crossover debate. But Iris, how was it in the other workshop about AI at work and algorithmic management? And we discussed quite a bit the difference between both.
Thank you. Yes, I would start from what is algorithmic management, especially for those who weren't at the workshop. Algorithmic management is the condition where we have AI implemented in the management job. So all those tasks that are about controlling or managing, taking decisions, and the question is, would this algorithmic management affect negatively the management in the workplace? And what are the risks, the issues that arise, but also what are the pros of having AI at work? And a good question that was raised was how are we considering AI in this algorithmic management? Is it all AI? Is it not? And the short answer would be it's not all AI, it's technology itself. But AI, of course, nowadays especially, it takes a lot of space in the technology on the workplace. Of course, the framework to set is all about risks, and the workshop was also on considering which rights are we considering, especially in vision of the Quality Jobs Act. What are we expecting in the Quality Jobs Act, and what are our priorities? We raised then some insights from the participants. First of all, the inclusion of workers in providing these tools, in building these tools to be implemented in the workplace, especially because they need to be tailored. Because risks may rise, because biases that we have as human beings can also be implemented in AI, of course, because AI is learning by us. And of course, AI can prevent biases to be included in certain decisions, but it's all about how we build them, how we write the prompts. And so, yes, I mean, I think that the inclusion of workers is essential in this process, but also including workers in the processes of using AI and taking decisions, especially when it comes to processes that are not tailored to workers that are affected, for example, by neurodivergences or other conditions that, of course, cannot really be suitable, or maybe that the normal, let's say, process cannot be suitable on these workers. So also to respond to special needs, to specific needs. And but another risk and needs also for the Quality Jobs Act in this framework would be accountability. Who's responsible for AI? Who's responsible for these decisions? And what kind of space and how much space do we consider for AI? So, for example, it was raised a question which was, if a decision was taken through a system, how would the employer be not responsible for that decision? Could he say this was the system, this was a standardized system, and it was not, of course, biased? But another point that I think it's very important and needed is the fact that AI should be human-centered, that we should not lose empathy and the vision towards not only skills, competencies when it comes to decisions, but especially on relationships, on the work environment, that it's not only about competencies. The open question towards the Quality Jobs Act would be, what do we need to regulate and what do we need to monitor? So what should be legally binding and what should be good practices? Thank you.
That, I would say, was a very comprehensive discussion. Well done. And I want to take one of the elements that you have brought up, namely the accountability or responsibility aspect. And something that was discussed, of course, is that there are some processes which you can replace by AI, which are the more process-oriented administrative tasks sometimes. And there are others where you need a lot of human interaction, where it's more difficult. In any case, what AI does is it accelerates to a major extent, and that is perhaps also the reason why we get more and more, because we believe it will help human beings to address all the accelerated changes. But then comes the feeling of being overwhelmed, and that is where psychosocial problems potentially start, with people not feeling accountable anymore, not feeling responsibility anymore, and not having the feeling of owning it anymore. Did that come up at any point in your workshop too?
Thank you. We, believe it or not, did not focus so much on AI. I think we went more on algorithm management, where, you know, the thing with every technology, and that's what we see from the research, is that there are risks and opportunities. Having either an algorithm manage your work can mean that maybe it can allocate tasks in a way that is the rotation. We talked a lot about task allocation and workload management, and having sometimes an algorithm do that can lead to an improvement. It can have people better work on the things that they like. It can avoid some of the problems. It can mitigate issues. It can, you know, using technology sometimes can take people away from harm's risk if you put a robot in its way. So there's definitely potential. And of course, there's also risk factors, because it can have people feel alienated, isolated. They can be removed from human decision. It can create competition. One of the issues in this, I think that was the example of the warehouse worker. We didn't end up, but when I was writing it, I was thinking that was one of the possibilities, is that there was a measurement done, because when you're using a tracking tool to track your work, somebody can at the end of the day know who did how many things, and that of course can lead to surveillance, and it can also lead to performance review, and it can lead to the feeling of competition, which by the way can be necessarily real or perceived. And definitely all of this can be factors that can lead afterwards to negative psychosocial risk outcomes. Just to say add a little bit more from our personal, we were in Bilbao last week and we were seeing some technological demos of startups that are using new technologies to improve health and safety at work. And we saw, I would say, net positive possibilities when it's about using AI to make sure that workers working at high altitudes are always safely secure on a construction site or on maintenance site. We saw monitoring technology using AI that can make sure that nobody is in danger, that there's early fire detection. It can detect people who fall down on the ground and save lives. So there's the potential. Having said that, and we just finished a campaign last year on digital workplaces at the agency. I think there's more on algorithmic management than on AI, and I think it kind of goes in two different, not separate directions. There's a lot of links, but I mean, somebody was telling me sometime at the end of the day, if you use an Excel sheet to put your workers in it, and you use one of the sum functions, that's an algorithm management of your workers and task allocation. AI is something a little bit more than that, but then, as I said, nurses, talking about nurses, I saw in a residential care home, you were using a chatbot to help people with dementia and with some of these cognitive issues to talk to them, and that was also freeing up nurses, related to what we talk in our workshop about not enough people being available, at workload, but also helping those people because the chatbot was trained, to detect some things and also to help them with memory. So there's definitely also opportunities.
That is an interesting example for two reasons. Number one, it also addresses a job area where very often the concerns prevail. Can nurses be replaced by robots one day? And number two, because it leads me to another question that I wanted to ask, which is, why did you choose nurse? Again, in my head, it was immediately, okay, because that's one of the areas where potentially AI won't impact so much. So thank you for that example. Number two is municipal work and warehouse logistics. Why these three? I could think of many others, but I'm sure you had a reason of choosing these three.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wanted to have an interesting debate. So I wanted to have jobs where everybody, no matter their expertise, can have a little bit of knowledge of their possible risks. I could have had aviation sector, worker. I had the fourth one in mind, a teacher. But yeah, I really wanted things where everybody can know something about it, but also that are relevant, but also that have a wide diversity of possible risks. And especially, nurse, definitely the conclusion from our workshop was that they cannot be replaced, but they can definitely be helped. And somebody was pointing out the availability of robotic hoists or carrying devices to help lift heavy patients and loads and things like that. So.
I don't need it. I forgot already. It's the heat. So indeed, and in our debate, there was another element that came in when it was about why we feel that some processes or jobs can be easier replaced than others with AI. Do you remember what the aspect was?
Yes, basically, actually, this is a good question because there is also the point that actually AI is also switching our works and our tasks. So and this is why we need to learn how to use it. Will AI replace our jobs? There is the risk, of course, and there are some works that maybe will be replaced. My question there would be, what is at stake and what are the pros and what are the cons of this? Meaning that there are many, for example, the platform works, there are works that are dangerous. So there for my vision, the pro would be, could we prevent some occupational risks at work, but also, of course, the replacement of the job. It's,
Maybe we can open our conversation also to the audience. If there are some participants from the workshops who would want to come in and bring a few elements in. We had one colleague in the workshop on algorithmic management and AI who also had a very good example from his university where AI, by managing a process when it comes to questions from external stakeholders, can really enhance quality jobs because the way it was done with emails managed by a central quote and then distributed to different colleagues meant that it really freed up time for researchers that no longer had to deal with specific external inquiries. So is there anyone else who would want to bring something up? It's too hot, huh? I know. I understand. Klaus has something, of course. Yeah. So Klaus, we take you, and then I have still a question for the two of you. If I don't see you, stand up, because from here it's sometimes okay.
No mic, I will.
You don't. We will bring your mic.
Yeah, thanks, Iris. Thanks, Bogdan. You're trying. You said you were lucky in your session, but I will still come back to it because we discussed it this morning. And saying is, we say, I mean, prevention is the best. Is it when you look at? I don't know if you've seen the report from the draft report from the Parliament as to psychosocial risk, the prevention of psychosocial risk. You don't have to ask to respond from the perspective of the agency, of course, but from your own perspective, is there stronger legislation needed, or is there more work, awareness raising needed? What do you think is, because I think it's for us important also for trade unions, will we push for legislation related to specific legislation related to psychosocial risks, or should we more focus, like the campaigns of EOSHA doing, on prevention, on awareness, etc.?
Oh.
Well, thank you for the extremely difficult question. You're not pulling any punches, but also, yeah, it's a important topic. I would hope, I don't know if Mrs. Sölemans comes afterwards to really talk about that. So the data and the research shows that clearly this is an issue in Europe. We see more and more numbers, and then we have surveys like the OSH polls that we did last year, where I think something like 50 or more than half of people in Europe don't feel comfortable to talk about their mental health at work with their supervisors, like 48%, and then 52% said they do. So you can be a half full or half empty kind of person of the glass, but the point is that clearly in the agency, our board feels this is a priority. That's why we are launching a campaign that's going to last for the next 2.5 years on this. And you asked me, I'm here on the stage on behalf of EOSHA. I was in the parliament before that. I can say that having worked in the parliament, sometimes legislation is fantastic, but sometimes it's not. You can see all sorts of things. We do know that there's member states with more advanced and complex settings of legislation. Belgium is one of them. There's member states. I'm from Romania. You have many models out there. I'm pretty sure the jury is still out. And what I do know, and what's our perspective, I'm putting back my EOSHA hat now, and I can say that it's important to do what we can where we can. It's the Parliament and Commission, it's their job to use the tools that they have. We're using awareness raising. One of the basic things that you see as a problem on mental health is that people cannot talk about it. There's a stigma. There's a lack of understanding of what it is. There's a misunderstanding. There's a lot of areas where it's countries, again, I'm from Romania, and I make the point, there's areas where it's considered shameful to talk about it. So it's the one kind of topic where having a good prevention culture will not hurt. And then if some other people, and again, we'll see them at the later panel, decide to use other tools in their arsenal, like legislation, it's their choice, and that can work. But when it comes to putting out a fire or preventing an issue, there's, I would say, no expense that you can spare. So already, I'm happy that we're having the discussion here. I'm happy that generally more and more in Brussels, you have people who are, first of all, aware of what psychosocial risks are. In the EU bubble, we love acronyms. And that's one of the criticism always about acronyms. But I think I remember myself when I first saw PSR, a psychosocial risk, I had no idea what they are. Now, this was a few years ago, now everybody kind of that you talk to knows, and that's kind of, the way forward. I would turn your question around on the algorithm management and maybe get the chance to the other people, Iris, to respond. One of the issues when it comes to the conclusion of our workshop, which was, there's measures that can be put in place for a lot of the risks that in the long run can lead to positive outcomes. We had somebody who was saying that a hospital somewhere got a big refurbishment and it was better to work there and it was more energy efficient, so it actually cut costs. So there's always measures. The one big challenge is also about the speed that some risks are evolving or appearing. Mm-hmm. And then that's kind of one of the big issues with algorithm management and particularly AI. Some things you can see them coming a mile away. Some things you see them coming, you maybe don't want to, there's a bit, but you still kind of are not totally new, like the heat that we're dealing with. These days I'm hearing a lot of people from southern member states saying, well, we've been doing this, what you guys in the north are thinking to do, we've been doing it. But the one challenge there is for AI and algorithm management is if it's coming fast enough for us to be, if it's not coming too fast for us to be able to have all this mitigation in time.
It's interesting that you say that, and that is why I was particularly surprised to hearing that it didn't play that big role in your workshop, because indeed it accelerates the discussion around the PSR, and perhaps because you said I'm from Romania, and that means it's a topic that is shameful, you don't talk about it. I don't think that is specific to Romania. I've lived in different and worked in different countries. It's a topic that you don't really want to talk about it because you feel you could be considered weak or not so performing. It may impact your career, and so forth. Maybe, and I know there are many trade unions here in the room, maybe one element could be for the upcoming Quality Jobs Act to go for recognition of making it more public, because often when it's recognized that okay, this is something you have, like you have perhaps a lame left hand or a lame left foot, then you can deal with it. Then
I have a very quick reaction, and I should have said it also to you. I mean, technically, we have a framework directive. All employers, public and private, have to prevent all risks. And then beyond that, so for where we're standing, we're putting out tools. We have actually an online interactive tool for mental health risk assessment out. So there's a lot of, I would say, tools. But then when it comes to legislation, as I said, and I was in the parliament for a long time, where you can see a lot of. We heard from the Commission how much legislation came out in the past. It's a really interesting debate. I would also love to have the debate on those pieces of law that passed in the past mandate at some point on how strongly they move the needle in some point. Sometimes there's good, sometimes there's bad effects from it. So, but where we are standing today, already there's a framework EU directive, or employers, public and private, have to prevent risks.
And I know we're going to discuss it later again. And of course, it's also a culture change. It's not just legislation, but I very much get your point. The last word is with you, Iris. In the workshop, Samuel asked everybody in the end, say what are the rights that you consider essential for the Quality Jobs Act when it comes to algorithmic management and AI? So maybe you can give us 2 or 3 that were mentioned.
Yes.
What did come up?
Yes. First of all, the right of workers to be included, meaning included in all the process, as I was saying before, also in building the tools and the technologies. Mm-hmm. The right to ownership of AI, so to own AI from companies, which led also to the question, what can companies do what are we expecting, especially in this context. The third right would be to have a human-centered AI. And of course, the last things that also in this framework on regulation and legislation would be also what should be written and what's a good practice. Yeah.
Thank you very much, both of you. This was not only a hot session, but it was on top of that a session after lunch. I think you did very well. Congratulations. And we move on to our next debate, which is with members of the European Parliament, who I don't know whether they have arrived. I would hope that. Otherwise, I discuss with myself and with Arne Franke from the German Employers Association. And if no one is there, I got an excellent idea over lunch from a participant who said, can we not have a petition? Can CESI not organize a petition that we exchange a barbecue into a swimming pool? So if really nobody comes, I'll discuss with Klaus whether we can do that. But Arne is there. Hey, hello. nice seeing you. Free choice. But no member of parliament? Ah, Maria. Hey. Hey, nice meeting you. I know.
Hello.
Take a...
So is it already?
Hi.
You're Alicia.
Is there a special seating order or?
The one that you choose.
Near the...
That is mine. You can have the next one. There's another one over there. But I can take the next one. I just always like to looking at all three of you and not being in the middle to having to turn. That's the reason why. Thank you very much for being here. And now we open the focus by including a man who is not here, but who has written a report that was, I would say, eagerly awaited by everyone, then briefly discussed by many, and then it disappeared, it feels, at least from the discussions. You may not agree with me, but I was surprised how quickly the Draghi report, written by Mario Draghi, was in principle matter of the day. Okay, we had it, we discussed it, that's it. There are many very good elements in it, and also relating to the questions we discussed today, and I'm super happy to having the three of you with me. Let me just very briefly introduce all three. Maria, start with you. Maria Ohisalo, you're not only a member of parliament, you have also been a minister for interior and for energy and climate change in Finland, which is your home country. Almost more importantly, if you don't mind me saying that, because it brings you closer to the citizens, is that you have been working for the Helsinki City Council for over 7 years. Finland, of course, counts among the most wealthy member states in Europe, with an education system that possibly allows for a better preparation for many of the challenges that we have. So we are looking forward to your contribution. Then I say hello to Alicia. Alicia Holmes-Ginel, member of the European Parliament, but also first vice chair of the Committee on the Employment and Social Affairs. It was until last month.
Last Monday.
Okay, is when it stopped.
Now is Johan.
Okay, now it's Johan. Okay, so you're a member of the Committee of Employment and Social Affairs since Monday, and you come from Spain. So we have Spain and Finland, two regions from the European Union, and then of course the man in the middle in every case of the world, means of the world, is Arne Franke from the German Employers Association. Arne Franke, you are Managing Director for EU, International and Economic Affairs at the BDA, 15 years of experience, and he is the only one representing the employer side in this discussion, which I think is also particularly daring and very welcome. Maybe I start with you, which is unconventional, I know, because we have new members of parliament, but it's a token man. So let's go with the token man for once. So we employers don't just give work. We shape the working world of tomorrow in close partnership with our employees. Guess where I got this from? Your website. So my question to you is, what do employers need to translate ambitions on job equality into practical means? And happy if you refer to the Draghi report here.
Yes, thank you for the question. At this very warm day, in Germany there is a famous quote of Barack Obama when he delivered a speech in front of the Brandenburg Gate and then said, amongst friends, I'm going to take off my jacket now. And I think this applies also to social partners. So amongst social partners, as employers representative, I'm allowed to take my jacket off.
Any jacket?
Yeah, and indeed, Draghi is, the Draghi report is for us, Employers Association, and this is the case for all 26 colleagues from the other EU member states, the same, our leading star, so our Bible. And we will not forget it until the year 29. And it is still very relevant. And with regards to quality jobs, I think we have to start A, to also be able to deliver B. And A is the competitiveness Draghi asked for, and B is then the quality jobs. Because if you look into the data, if you look to other countries globally, there is a clear empirical evidence that the more competitive, the more innovative a country is, the higher the probability that to a very high degree there are quality jobs. And this is not only the case in comparison at a certain moment in time globally, but also historically over the past decades. And this historic background is what Draghi worried, in my interpretation, the most. That Europe is lacking behind, that, for example, GDP-wise, EU is losing ground and other world regions take over. So to say, the cake is getting smaller here in Europe. So A and B don't do it in the wrong direction. So first, raise the competitiveness, and I'm sure that I'm be able to elaborate a bit further what that means. And then, in a way, automatically, because in all 27 member states, the social partners will take care of it, we're gonna have also quality jobs.
Thank you very much, Maria. I've already been saying you come from Finland, rather one of the wealthy countries, and you are also a member of Econ Committee. So do you agree?
First, I will like to start by saying that we Finns and northern people tend to always be on time, and today I was 1 minute late. I'm sorry for that, but this is also the first panel that ever starts on time in Brussels, so thank you very much for that. And why I was late is related to quality jobs. I just got a phone call from the Parliament's kindergarten, telling that you have to pick up your baby, under 1 year old baby, right now, because it's becoming unbearably hot in the kindergarten. They're going to close the doors today, and it's going to be closed tomorrow. And then I started calling around, yes, who could help me? My husband is working in Sweden, I'm here, problem solved now. But I wanted to bring it here because the last event I came from was about extreme hot, extreme temperatures, heat at work. And we are now in the parliament starting to work on that. And it links to the wider discussion we have to take into the table. And it is about the social acceptance of European Union. And right now I have a feeling that we are talking a lot about competitiveness and simplification and even deregulation in many cases. And I see that there is, yes, partially, I agree. Let's not make too much burden on companies, definitely not. But people want to see what European Union in their everyday lives is. It is about kindergartens being open during the days in order for us, other people, to go to our workplaces. And here, for example, Commission would have a great place to talk directly to the people, and while they are giving out their Quality Jobs Act, they would maybe say something about extreme temperatures at work also. And maybe we would even need a directive for that, because people all over Europe are in a different level in this question. Some member states are already regulating this, some are not. And for us Greens, the discussion about quality jobs in general, it's much wider. It is about possibility for fair wages, for training, for career development and progression in work life, and strong health and safety measures, which this heat question is one core, and good work-life balance and non-discrimination, for example. And I think Draghi draw a very concrete link between the productivity and the competitiveness in Europe, between the social goods that I was also mentioning here. Creation of quality jobs is part of our way of making Europe again more competitive, and making Europe more competitive is not by lowering wages or reducing workers' protection. It's just the opposite. We see examples from all over the world where social protections are taken away. And still we have much more of these new crises emerging, whether it's the climate crisis or other eco-disasters as our threats. We need to protect people more. And I think there, the competitiveness can come from there, because we are losing a lot of health, a lot of even lives, because of, for example, this heat question.
Thank you very much, and I wish you had been here in the morning, because we were discussing quality jobs and the link to competitiveness, and I asked the question, well, are they linked? And then we all know they are linked, but what comes first, A or B? Are they a driver for competitiveness, or can they at one stage also become a hurdle? And why is perhaps also something we can discuss later. I think it would be interesting to also look at the topic from a view of those people who come when demographic change really sets in, which means the young people. And I've seen today that there are a lot of young people here also in the room. So traineeship directive is only one example, Elisha, but your perspective on it.
Yes, I would, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's my second event today at 40 degrees in a room, so I will try to survive. Yeah, going to the question and going to the comment that you have done, a country will be more competitive if they first have workers with quality jobs to deliver better the work of the company. And the company will be better, of course, because the people will work with this empowerment. I think that we need to give first the rights to the workers, to make them live better and to be more comfortable in the workplace. They will be more productive, and the companies will be more competitive in the end. That's a bit of my point of view. I mean, the Draghi report is really focused on investment and competitiveness in many fields, but I think that the key of this is to have a balance between the three main pillars. The economic, of course, but also the environmental and most, even with more focus, the social one. It's important to have a balance between them three. And I also like to talk about, when I talk on competitiveness, is related to quality jobs, of course, but it's also related to housing. Because if you don't live in a proper house, or you don't have a house where to live, most probably you will have mental health issues that will not allow you to develop your work properly. And it will make your company less competitive. So in the end, everything is linked to competitiveness, but I think some people is losing the perspective of the social aspect that I think is the really most important one, because, I mean, who are delivering the work to have a success are the workers, is the people. So it's important to take it into account. Also, I wanted to go, I mean, because Maria also touched some topics I will jump in, I mean, it's not necessary, but going to the traineeships directive is also another issue. I'm coming from a generation, and this has been one of the reasons why I entered into politics back in 2012. And it's the fact that we are a generation that we did what our parents asked us to do, is to study, to have languages, to move abroad, to learn. I mean, with this you will have a proper future. You will have your house, you will have everything. Mm-hmm. Fake news. Mm-hmm. For the moment, I mean, I always have hope. And one of the issues was for me the traineeships issue, because it's like the bridge between your studies and when you enter into the labor market, and your first experience is to be exploited and working for free. So how can we give hope to these people? From my point of view, making policies to avoid the exploitation of a whole generation. And nowadays that we are talking about young people that is not interested in politics and so on, this is a crucial policy to make them believe in politics, because it's for this generation. I mean, I hope no one is doing a traineeship with 50 years old in the European Union. So as a rapporteur of this traineeships directive, for me it's really crucial that we can deliver what young people is asking. I mean, no matter the ideology, they all have the same experience. So it is important, and here I would ask to member states in the council to take it seriously, because if we do not deliver, then with reason we will have a whole generation with any hope. And we cannot allow that, because yes, young people is the future, but they need to build the future from the present. And this is a good example for that.
What I find interesting is that we discuss the topic of quality jobs. And housing has come up already this morning 3 times, for those of you who haven't been here. It's coming up again. A kindergarten, which is another element where we can question now, is it the employer's responsibility? Is it the state responsibility? I would consider it rather an external, integral part of job quality, but more external. It's not like adequate pay. So there are 2 elements that we need to look at when we speak about job quality, and still we haven't solved the issue of what job quality is. And I want to bring that up because is it housing? Is it having kindergartens? And I'm not doubting it, I'm just saying. And coming back to what Arne was saying, and maybe Arne, a question to you. I know that some companies from Germany, but also others, have started producing in China. There was a big debate of a major chemical company in Germany where the CEO was very outspoken because he felt costs are too high in Germany. So I'm coming back to your A and B solution. What is there first? And I tried to bring it up, or I did bring it up this morning. Like, is it easier to create quality jobs in the situation where we are in, where there definitely is an economic downturn at the moment? Is it easier to create them when there's an upturn? What is a quality job for an employer?
So as German employers associations, we represent basically every job in the German economy, besides public civil servants. So we have a huge variety, from farmers to bankers, services, care providers, chemical industry. So for me, it is very difficult to define what is a quality job, because it would mean what is a good job and what is a bad job. And I would advise every politician not to do so. We had in the last term a discussion which resonated very badly with some of our workers. And this political narrative was that only a green job is a good job.
A green job?
A green job.
Yeah. Mm.
And that all the other workers perceived suddenly, oh, I'm not in a green, I'm just a plumber. I'm just a elderly home worker. I'm not in a good job. So I would refrain from a definition beyond one central phrase. A quality job for me is every job which follows EU law, national law, and, if applicable, agreements of social partners like collective bargain agreements. Full stop. And coming to your second dimension of your question, of course, this is about competitiveness. But this is not a new phenomenon. We have a division of labor. We have international value chains for decades and for centuries. And it is very difficult to stop or to regulate those natural forces, I may call them, which lead to a division of labor that region A is perfect in that sector and region B is perfect in this sector. We are at this very moment at a crossroads, so to say, where apparently historians may say that this was a disruption like we had last time, 1945. And it is logical that in the end we will have also economic realities which may change. But we cannot stop this development. And Draghi's point is about we have to shape it actively, and the best way to do it is to stimulate skills, to promote investment, reduce burden for company and workers, and raise competitiveness.
Reduce burdens for companies and workers does not sound in my ears like social housing or kindergartens. Maria, you have already grabbed the microphone, so over to you.
Yeah, you can always ask where you get your workers if they don't have the kindergarten on function. If they're living in houses that are becoming unbearably hot, 32 degrees per night, you don't sleep. What is your productivity the next day? We even have research. I'm an academic with my background, and I always want to hear the researchers and look at the data, and we see from the data that your productivity drops when it becomes too hot and you're not protected from that. And sometimes they can even be small things that you're offering to workers which can boost your productivity. And while you were referring to the skilling and skilled workforce, that is one of the things that Draghi was referring to, and that there is a growing need of skilled workforce. It is definitely something that we should all have our eyes on, because if Europe can be a leader on something, we can be a leader on education, and we are a civilized continent which gives everybody an opportunity for a good education from the kindergarten onwards. My family was not academically educated, but I became a doctor in social sciences or PhD in social sciences because I always had a great teacher next to me and I had a great school path. And in Finland, in a country like that, that was possible, but not in many European Union countries that is possible, and that is why I want to make it possible for everybody. And what we now see is something that we have in many workplaces. Even in Finland, we have many problems there too. I just read a book about the labor exploitation in construction sites, in berry picking. If you're drinking a Finnish blueberry juice, there is probably a person who has been exploited who picked your berries there. In so many different areas you can see that. And even our justice system is unable to really touch upon this, because often things happen on with intermediaries or subcontracting chains somewhere. So if you say that, because I agree with you, the quality job comes when we follow the legislation. We've agreed upon it together, and then we follow it, we apply it. But if we don't, if there is not enough labor inspectories, if there is not enough restrictions also to the subcontracting chains, you have no clue what's happening somewhere there. And these people have no say in this civilized continent. They probably don't speak the language, they don't know the contracts, they are being exploited. So I'm really concerned about this fact also happening all over us, all over Europe.
Yes, about think of the quality jobs, if we need a definition or not, I think it's really important, this Quality Jobs Act that will come soon, because it comes timely, I think, when some businesses are asking for a social omnibus. I mean, as I said before, Europe is not going to be competitive if we do not protect the social aspect. If we don't have workers with rights, with decent homes, with a decent way of living, they are not going to be productive, as Maria was saying. The key on the quality jobs, let's say definition, let's call it, I mean, whatever. It should be at least a minimum of criteria. Then every country can do it better. But we need to put the minimum standards. There we can go work. We can talk on many legislation that we already have at European level: working hours, social rights, conciliation, telework, AI at the workplace, health and safety. Here we can talk on psychosocial risk, musculoskeletal, or temperatures. That is something that in the southern countries we know how it is, but now that everybody in Europe is suffering it, is time to deliver at European level. And also subcontracting, that it's something that we are working also at European level. So in this sense, I would maybe ask to support this kind of initiatives as the Quality Jobs Act, as all the legislation that can come at social level, and stop this, the try from the right wing to destroy all the social policies that we achieved, to water down the ones that we want to achieve, and of course stop the proposal of the social omnibus. To ask it, because as far as I know, Commission is not open to it, but pressure sometimes works, and I would like to ask you to to make the pressure the other way around, asking for more social policies, more social protection, and better life for our citizens.
I want to read something that I found about the Draghi report and come back to Arne again, which says Draghi argues that high-quality jobs are not a burden on firms, but a driver of innovation and long-term growth. He explicitly links decent work to the broader goal of a productive, resilient European economy capable of competing in strategic sectors such as clean technology, AI, and advanced manufacturing. So I was looking at it and then pondering about some of the discussions we hold at the European Policy Center and think, okay, AI, Europe, we are not that advanced yet, I'd say. We are lagging behind. Then clean technology, we may be better than other regions in the world. Then I came to advanced manufacturing and thought about a lot of offshoring. So again, coming back to what we said before, I hear what you say about the basics, which by all means I think we all believe are in place or need to be increased, but where does it start to being a burden? Why do we have all this offshoring? And what is it when it comes to a Quality Jobs Act? How could a Quality Jobs Act also contribute to increasing Europe's competitiveness, which is in the end what we all want from an employer's perspective? And of course, I have always to underline from an employer's perspective.
Yeah, I think thanks to the documents Executive Vice President Minzatu prepared already 6 months ago, we have a clear picture what she intends to do. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, in the, depending on how you count, 4 to 6 dimensions, I don't see any dimension where a Quality Jobs Act would indeed lower burdens and raise competitiveness. So to only talk about the 2 dimensions mentioned the most, AI at work is, I think, the top priority of EVP Minzatu. We had already the AI Act. There the general perception was that it's much too burdensome and is one of the main reasons why implementation of AI and productivity gains in the EU are so low. So one decided to include it in the omnibus procedures. And then on top, suddenly EVP Minzatu says, oh, we had the AI Act, it was perceived as too burdensome, but nonetheless, I'm going to propose a different act to regulate AI at work even more. Subcontracting, I agree with the negative examples you gave. No company wants to have unfair competition. But all the examples I heard in the past month with regards to the upcoming Quality Jobs Act are already forbidden, are highly illegal. Also, these devastating, terrible stories we sometimes hear from certain sectors, not far away, a bit north, that is illegal. So it is a deficit of the state, of public authorities, of police, of labor inspectorates, of law enforcing officers, of judges. So if you have a certain threshold of laws not being implemented, it does not help to create another threshold or a higher threshold of new laws when they are not implemented properly. Also, this will not help. And especially, as I spoke already about AI, subcontracting is one of the basic economic freedoms. That if I want to give a plumber a certain contract, and a company has a very big facility where they need not only one plumber but several ones. Of course, they need to pass on those, and it's so to say the one of the core anchors of social market economy to do subcontracting. So again, another example that this would not raise competitiveness but do the exact contrary. And especially in the field of labor market and employment relationships or the world of work, we nearly saw no contributions of EVP Minsatu, which contribute to the minus 25% burden reduction target. That's why our umbrella organization proposed a labor market omnibus. But these proposals do not at all target workers' rights or rights in general. It is about reporting duties of companies. So one example, the e-declaration, which was finalized just 28 hours ago, I think, does not touch any article of the Posted Workers Directive or the Enforcement Directive regarding posted workers, but it provides a technical interface and IT infrastructure which facilitates notification duties of companies. And exactly that is what we mean by labor market omnibus. Just to facilitate the compliance of companies when operating in the single market, because especially in the field of labor mobility, cross-border labor mobility, it is so complex that some HR experts say, for me it is easier to post an employee to the United States than to Lisbon.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't think I have to ask. I saw you both writing. Go.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm always pondering this question when we talk about European Union legislation, that okay, we can have 27 different rules on the member states, or we can have one rule that would also maybe be easier for the companies in one single market to act. This is often my question when it comes to the deregulation agenda. Isn't it for the better of the companies also, for the investment sides for the future, to be able to know that we in the European Union, we have this one legislation that we can follow in all the different countries. And when it now comes to this, what was done in the previous mandate quite a lot on the Green Deal, and for example on the corporate due diligence legislation and so on, which now have been under attack. And I have a lot of these messages coming to me, especially from the Nordic companies, big industries, saying that we were preparing ourselves. We were paying for hundreds and thousands of lawyers to make it work so that we are applying to the new European Union legislation. And now we are suddenly tearing down what we just agreed, and companies are having this uncertainty. When it comes to climate change, it will not disappear. We will need the Green Deal badly. And if then European companies are stuck in the previous and not looking into the future, it is obvious that Chinese companies will come. United States companies will come and take over the markets. When it comes to whatever adaptation measures on climate change, for example, we as European Union would have the best people, the best knowledge, the best innovations if we would really push investment into that also. I think there is a huge business opportunity for us as Europeans, as long as we want to lead on these questions, that okay, climate change, we can tackle it, let's do it together, let's have rules for companies that would apply to all and not go back. I'm just, maybe it's more of a question also towards companies and entrepreneurs and so on. And as I said, we as Greens EFA group in the European Parliament, we are not against of getting rid of some rules that are not useful or that there is double burden. Why would we have that? Of course, we can simplify, but deregulation is a different discussion then, and it often touches upon environment, climate, human rights, workers' rights, and this is my worry, that we're going too much to that direction, and I don't think this was Draghi's idea either. So just the opposite.
There's a question to Arne, but I want to give Alicia the chance to also say something. There may be another question, and I also look at you, dear participants. Any question from you, raise your hand so that we see it and we can then also take it up. Alicia.
No, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what Maria was saying. I mean, if lower burdens means make the life easier to people, it's totally fine, because we have many things sometimes, many bureaucracy. But if that means deregulation, of course, we are not in that team. Because, as I said before, to be more competitive, we need to have people motivated and involved in making our countries and Europe more competitive. And if we are giving less rights to people, we are doing this deregulation, destroying what all we have achieved last Monday. That was a lot. Compromising, it was not just from one side, it was compromising from different political groups. But now majorities are different, and there is some people taking these new majorities to rape all the rights that we achieved last mandate. So if in Europe we want to be more competitive, of course, Draghi report is amazing, not to keep it as a line, but I insist on the fact that, I mean, of course we need businesses and companies, entrepreneurs, I mean, we need everybody that would make this European Union more competitive, but we need the people, and we need to protect the people. And by people, I mean also workers. If we give them less rights, if we deregulate on the social field, we are not going to be more competitive, and that's for sure.
Maria has an additional question, so you're really in the hot chair today. But I have one small question still for Alicia, and that relates back to the social housing, or to the housing. I always say social housing, because now we're also discussing social housing. Again, kindergartens, housing. We say it should be there, yes. Is that a responsibility of the employer, or, and I'm looking around because we have here the trade unions of the public service, so what about the state? How much can the state come in there? Maria can. Okay, the two of you are aligned, so Maria will take that up.
Well, we used to have the factory owners that were building schools and kindergartens and houses for people. It used to be like that before we got the welfare state model, where we thought that, okay, maybe it should be a state responsibility. Because I don't also see that a small company, for example, could be able to do it all. So I think it's for the companies good that the welfare state takes care of, for example, affordable housing all over Europe. And I was just about to add just a bit about the companies that are now really worried about where the European Union agenda is going with these omnibus things. Because it's often the very good competitive companies that are doing good on the market, and they have been pushing investments into these new, whether it's climate regulation or whether it's human rights regulation. And then suddenly the companies who are not pushing investments into those, they are making profits. They are making profits of not following our legislation or making it in a bad way. Sorry, I'm losing my vocabulary here. But then also the one comment to the subcontracting chains. I used to work in the previous government, as you mentioned, as a Minister of the Interior, and also a lot every day with the police forces. And I'm just thinking about their everyday life work. How is it possible for them to be able to track after 6th or 7th or 8th subcontracting chain there? They don't have the resources also. You can always say it's a right, but we have legislation in order to protect workers from hundreds of years already. And this is one of the tools that we could have, because there's not enough resources for those criminals to be catched. I know police forces are struggling all over Europe because criminals are just becoming more wise and running all the time ahead of us.
Anna, do you want something to drink before you answer all this? Do you have? Okay, you did.
Thank you. First to the Green Deal, because what your example you gave, that Nordic companies already paid hundreds or thousands of lawyers, is indeed the root cause of all the problems. Because the Green Deal legislation of last term was mostly about paying lawyers.
Yes.
But the Green Deal ambition of our continent should be to pay engineers and workers who put the solar on the roof. And on the other hand, if companies want to fulfill certain reporting requirements because they think that with regards to the financial markets and investors that resonates better, they are free. They can do reporting whatever they want to provide additional data for the financial market, with or without the legislation. Then on the more fundamental questions, whether we, to quote you, rape what has happened in the past term.
The right wing, not you.
Yeah.
You're not
But no, I know I didn't perceive it that way. But there is a, and I'm not talking about the right wing or the extreme right. Exactly. I'm talking about the general perception that what the European Union in this legislative term delivers is lowering, deregulating, or really cutting reporting burdens. If I'm allowed to take a prediction, if think tanks like you look into the data in 2029, I predict that we will have not cut at all. We're going to have more reporting obligations, more laws coming in, and more directives being implemented on 27 member state level. And there is even, I'm a very data-driven person, there is even first proof for that, because the Danish presidency did a study end of last year that reporting obligations will not go down with regards to that what is in the pipeline this term. It will go up by 70 billion euros this term. So there is a public perception that we are lowering whatever, but the data says the exact contrary, because there is a lot of media attention on Omnibus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. But under the ground, there are so many directives, regulations, implementing acts, delegated acts in parallel being decided upon, which have no media attention, which only materialize on the desk of the compliance officer of the SME in northern Germany. And that's, I think, what Draghi, if he would sit here, would frustrate him.
So, very briefly.
Because I have to leave to the airport.
I have a last
I'm
question
really
for you.
sorry, but on the housing thing that you were asking to me, just to have another topic on the table. I used to link the housing crisis to competitiveness. Once there was a person from the business sector that told me that absenteeism was linked to the housing crisis, and I said, please develop. And she said, look, people is spending 2 hours to go to the working place and 2 hours to come back. And then they go to the doctor and they say they have depression and they give the paper to not to work. And it's like, well, I would be depressed if I spent 4 hours of my day going and coming back from my work. It's not helping to conciliate, it's not helping to anything. So I think it's important to link really well the housing crisis also to the competitiveness of Europe, because if we have people in general, I don't care if there is a worker or an entrepreneur, I mean, if they are not living in decent homes, being able to pay the rent or their own house, being able to pay the energy costs, being not able to pay everything, we are done. We are not going to be the Europe that we want to be. So housing is really transversal, and we need to take a look in all of it, because, as I said, I mean, of course, workers suffer it more, but even entrepreneurs, I mean, whatever. The housing crisis is everywhere in Europe, and we need to tackle it having the view from the whole society. It's not just a matter from the companies, not just a matter from the public governments. I mean, it's about everybody doing their best to solve this crisis.
Thank you very much. Equality Jobs Act, inspired by the Draghi report, would align with its goal to strengthen the social contract between employers, workers, and the state. Agreed or not agreed?
But the upcoming EU Quality Jobs Act,
Yes.
you mean? But we don't know what it's going to look like. We only have a hunch about it, and I'm a bit worried that it's not going to be covering all of the topics that we really should be covering. Because, for example, AI was mentioned here. It's not only about AI taking over a lot of different sectors, people losing their jobs, but it's also about AI management in general. Some people are already managed by AI, and there are no rules and regulations for that, and so on. Or about psychosocial risks, or about extreme weather or temperatures, heat, cold, all of that, or just transition. How can the companies also prepare for just transition? That we should do. And I totally agree with you that we should definitely not talk about some jobs not being good or quality. No. I really appreciate whatever the job in our society there is, because all of the jobs have a particular place. It's always supporting something in our society. So I think we have a possibility here.
Okay, possibility. Arne, Draghi report. Does it support a social contract between employers, workers, and collaboration with state? Like, is that in the sense of Draghi?
Yeah, of course, Draghi is aware of the social fabric which really every part of the society needs. And I agree on many things which have been said, that housing is indeed a problem. That not only about speaking about little children, but also about parents which need care and which could also influence when you work. So I'm convinced that he as a person And also the report as a scientific document has this in mind. But it identifies different angles how to tackle all these problems, because all that what Draghi wants will be a very positive effect when everything has been delivered what he asks for.
Thank you very much. Alicia, last brief comment from you.
Yes, because I have to go running now,
all...
sorry. No, I think that Draghi, in the end, what he's doing is asking all of us from the different backgrounds to do our best, to do all what we can in order to do, of course, Europe more competitive, more efficient, autonomous, let's say, but not losing, of course, the sight of the vision of protecting the people, because Europe without its people is nothing in the end. So
I think you have done a stunning job, very lively, very interactive, and I'm sure everybody appreciates it. A big, big thanks. And ciao.
thank you.
Thanks a lot. Huh? Thank you so much for coming, and good luck with your kid. Huh? I know these situations. Okay. Having said that, we now come to next round, which is the workshops. So we will. Not that I am. Yes, it's workshops. Okay. The role of industrial relations and public employment services. We have again 3 workshops, and after the workshops, a coffee break. Okay, so this time it's the other way around. The first workshop will be run, and I need Iris because I'm not sure which workshop is where. The first workshop is run by Eurofound. It's on social dialogue for just transitions. It's run by Robbie Starkulum. Are you here? I've seen him today. Yes, there he is. At the very end, Robbie Starkulum from the European Foundation for the Improvement of Living and Working Conditions, better known as Eurofound. Then the next workshop, FISMIC Confsal. That is Sarah Rinaudo. There she is, Sarah. Thriving Industries, a basis for quality jobs in Europe, run by Sarah, Italian Workers, Autonomous Trade Unions Confederation. And then the third workshop, now we have a third one, which will be run by Janice Schmidt-Alter. Janice, there she is, first row. This is about the contribution of public employment services to competitiveness and quality jobs. So Janice is the representative from the team of the chair of the EU PS network. Iris, where are the, you do it. Okay, so where are the different workshops? Maybe you want to take a, you have one, okay.
So the FISMIC one is taking place here, so you can stay in the plenary, while Eurofound and PS Network is downstairs. You will see, because you will see the slide of the 2 workshops downstairs, okay.
Great, and then we have coffee break at 4:10. So if your workshop leader gets too much into it and you can't get your coffee, let him know. 4:10, and at 4:30 we convene here again. taking a photo from each other. Okay. Oh, Technik ist
mine works. You want me to move there? Okay. Ah, for the camera. Ah, okay.
But at the beginning, I felt like by the end, it felt just as warm. Yeah. Or maybe it's just,
Okay. So Maria said when she arrived, after having picked up her kid from the kindergarten, that she didn't expect us to start in time. She was very surprised. She said it's the only event where sessions start in time. Let's prove her to be right. And we start again in time. And we have report back from the 3 workshops. How were the workshops? Good? Did you work? Good, actively. Super, then let's see what the workshop leaders report back on the workshops, and then maybe you can add to it if you wish. Who of you wants to start? Let me have a look. Maybe we start with Sarah.
All right, okay.
Sarah, thriving industries, a basis for quality jobs in Europe.
Yes, exactly. So it was nice. So thank you again for the people that took part in the workshop. We had a nice chat. It was actually a good example of social dialogue, so I'm quite happy about that. And what we mainly talked about is how to be able to harmonize and find synergies between competitiveness and what it means to safeguard the workplace and workers and what it means to have quality jobs, and also how to harmonize public sector and private sector. Because sometimes what we have realized, especially when talking about regulations and EU, it seems that companies are bad. We're doing everything that we can in order to regulate and make sure that do not act in a bad way, but then we're doing things that actually hinder their competitiveness. And if we hinder industries and we deindustrialize, we actually hurt workers that work within those companies. And we actually hurt workers that have a quite good quality work within those companies, which are most of them, for example, if I take on the automotive sector and I talk about the Italian automotive sector, is highly trade unionized. So collective bargaining is qualitative. So they do have a good quality job, and to actually see that they do not work anymore, they do not see a future in that industry anymore, creates a lot of stress. So we talked about how we should be able instead to be able to harmonize the needs of the companies in order to be able to be competitive, to stay within the European Union, to be able to build their companies and then plans there to be able to keep their quality of jobs within the company. So not to then, because we talked about the risks regarding the theme of competitiveness, which is, high energy costs, labor costs also, unfair competitiveness with the other global actors as well. And what we said, obviously, is that competitiveness should not be at the cost of labor and at the cost of workers. So that should never happen. But in order for that not to happen, we need to have help from the system. Because what we come as a conclusion is that when there is an industry, a plant, especially a manufacturing plant, you're not talking just about those 10,000 workers, for example, but now we reduced the plant to 2,000, 3,000, so you already see the impact. But you're also talking about the 20, 30,000 indirect workers in the supply chains. You're actually talking about whole towns built around those industries. So you're talking about a whole ecosystem of job and quality life, because you're talking about the commercial side, so you're talking about shops, you're talking about schools, you're talking about universities that are connected to the industrial plant because they do researches with those companies as well. So you're talking truly about a whole ecosystem. And if you damage the industries. And you deindustrialize, you lose jobs and you lose the quality of life for those towns.
Thank you very much. I would have a follow-up question, but I come to it later. And I first want to see with Janice, who is heading the office of the German Employment Agency here in Brussels. The contribution of public employment services to exactly that, the link between competitiveness and jobs.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the very lively discussion and the workshop we had. What we discussed was the role of the public employment services in Europe and how we can support this transformation on the labor market, because obviously we have a big transformation going on. We have industries and sectors which are changing due to greening, due to the new kinds of work we need, due to AI coming into the business. So what we need is that people get reskilled and upskilled. And what usually happens if you have a company, let's say, changing a lot of work, or maybe outsourcing some kind of steps they need to do in the work, that people who are working in that company, they come into an outplacement foundation. And what all public employment services in Europe are struggling with is how to get a better process done. Because on one hand, we have companies which dismiss people because of changes in the labor market, because of changes in transformation. And on the other hand, we have other companies, new kind of companies and sectors which need really workforce. So the role of the public employment services is obviously to have a good idea about how this transformation can be designed. And what we discussed were different ideas from all over Europe, which we discussed last week in the Public Employment Services Board in Cyprus. And the one thing we need, as that was kind of a conclusion, I would say, is not only a good social dialogue. That's obvious that you need that. You need everyone on the table. You need the companies. You need the trade unions. You need the staff council. You need the workers. But you also need a shift of the mindset. Because what we did so far is that people maybe came into outplacement foundations or into transfer companies, and then they received new skills. But what the shift of mindset should be is that we think about the skills we already have, about the assets we have, and we can transfer into new sectors. So you don't have to start from the ground or from the scratch. So you really can think about what kind of skills do we have, what could be portable, what could be useful for the new sector or the new industry. For example, we discussed about an example where you change from the metal sector to the energy sector, and that you have like certain skills which you can actually transfer, where the new company can profit from. And this also gives a better feeling to the worker when you know that you have skills that you can take with you and that the new company will profit from, your new employer, and you just have to add maybe some things instead of start again. And also it's good for the new company because they have your experience from many years often, and they have skills they can get, which you already have, and they only have to do like a little bit of upskilling and reselling. But the challenge in this is, and then I come to an end, that what the Public Employment Services said is how to implement this also into the company set. Like, can we do the reskilling, upskilling already in the old company? Do we do it in the new company? Or do we have to have the people on the labor market in between? And obviously the role of the Public Employment Services is to find a good way so that we have a smooth transition from one to the other, and that the skilling can be while the people are employed rather than unemployed.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad we have arrived at the topic of skills and the reskilling and upskilling, because that is also something we will need for the just transition when it comes to so-called green jobs. And Robbie and I briefly talked about it after the workshop. So, Robbie, you want to share what was discussed in your workshop?
Yeah, well, I think, funnily enough, some of the things that came up in our workshop are paralleled in some of the things that were raised already. I think from the first workshop, you were talking about this ecosystem approach and really going beyond it being about an industry or sector, but the people that live there, that work there, is a much broader picture. And I think that was something we also discussed, is what does the just transition mean? Maybe within the framework of the just transition mechanism and the territorial just transition plans, there isn't a specific definition of a just transition. And so then when we go to engage in social dialogue, that can become a challenge, because if we don't have a clear agreement of what we specifically mean, it doesn't always translate, and it can make the discussions more difficult. I think one of the things that came out from our research is that social partners understand the purpose of the just transition and this idea of greening the economy and reducing our dependence on carbon emissions. But actually, the process of doing that, there is disagreement and there's a divergence of opinions, and how do we do that? And so that was something that I think at the end of the workshop, one of the workshop participants reflected on, was we had a discussion at the very beginning of what does just transition mean, and then realized actually I see it from the perspective of the workers, but yes, I see the government has a perspective, the regional government has a perspective, somebody else, so the employers, the companies, we all come from it from different ways. And so I think having a holistic understanding is important. And then you also mentioned sectors. I think sectors is really important. That also came up. Yes, when we talk about the just transition, we need to be looking at regions that are going through this really intense greening when we move away from the so-called brown industries. But it's not enough to just say we look at the regional or the territorial dimension, but we have to go into those sectors. And again, we were showcasing some findings from Eurofound's research where what's happening in those sectors, and you mentioned skills, is really different. Yes, sectors are undergoing huge transitions, but some sectors, the jobs are disappearing. Some sectors, new jobs are coming in. In other sectors, the jobs are staying the same, but the skills that you need to be enhanced. They need to be reskilled. If you think of electricians, they need to be more trained now in installing solar panels or heat pumps or other equipment. So the demands shift, and so you have to be able to take that sectoral perspective. And maybe one last thing to say on social dialogue more broadly is what is not so much with social dialogue, but when it comes to engagement of social partners, what is the quality of that engagement? And from some of the discussions in the room, but also it mirrors with some of Eurofound's research, is sometimes social partners feel like they're in a box-ticking exercise, that you are going through a process because you have been mandated by somebody in the commission that you need to be consulted, but it doesn't feel like they really want your opinion, or what you're saying is really being addressed at the regional or a national level. And that's very dangerous, because it can undermine the whole process if the stakeholders don't feel like their perspectives are really being brought in. And that was something that came out, that often social partners feel like a consultation is more a point of information. And so really making sure that engagement is done in a more thorough way, I think, is important.
Was there any talk in your workshop about what kind of skills are needed for the just transition? Just out of interest?
No.
No, okay.
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Then I would encourage perhaps also those who participated in the workshop. Anyone wants to contribute? Anyone wants to add to it? Before I ask slightly provocative question to Sarah, because we agreed that she would get the provocative questions. You said you want to harmonize public sector and private sector needs, which I found very interesting, because I've worked on both sides, 6 years in public service and a bit longer in private sector. On the one hand, you have permanent employment. On the other hand, you have permanent employability. So just can you elaborate a bit more of how you thought you can...
So we did 2 parallel talks about the private and public sector harmonization. One was on the topic of actual quality of jobs, and something that came up in the discussion, which is quite different from what was happening before, is that, the public sector, as you said, long-term job, never getting fired, sort of not true, but, that is what people usually say. That is a quality job. But the private sector that had a lot of fights, a lot of trade unionist fights within the private sector, has become, through collective bargaining, more qualitative than the actual public one. And that is the first discussion that we had. It was like, it's not enough just that I have a job and it stays the same for a very long time. In the private sector, what people are now saying, I have different things that come to me. There is different levels of collective bargaining that I know I can get more things out of it in terms of working hours, in terms of welfare that I get from the different companies that I work with. So in a way, it looks like the private sector gives me a more quality of life. Not only of the job, but more quality of life instead of the public sector. And this is the first thing that we approach as a discussion. The second one was more on a higher level, because the private sector needs the public sector to be efficient in order to be more competitive. The industries need the services, so they need the work of the public sector to be efficient in order to be able to work well within that ecosystem that we talked about. And the public sector needs the private sector because they can do so much more for the society than usually we ask for, or maybe we ask for not in the right way. Because usually we take a standpoint of being against this capitalist system that we do not see that we can actually work together in order to find a good synergy between what the private can do for the public and what the public already does that can actually fill the gaps between the two and give, a better ecosystem for all the citizens altogether.
And was something that was discussed this morning the housing issue or the kindergartens or something more concretely mentioned? Or?
Yes, we discussed that as part of the ecosystem, which is something that has changed. We've seen that in Italy. We used to have a very strong companies with a strong system on kindergarten, actually school programs, scholarships given by the companies. Then due to a slow industrial decline, which has happened throughout Europe, so less money. The public sector did not want to incentivize or give money to the company in order to keep up that sort of welfare, because they say, no, it's something that is public, then we'll do it ourselves, but then they could not do it well enough, and then we ended up with less kindergartens altogether. So that's when I say, when they do not talk to each other, but they go in competitions, then we do not do good to the people for the community.
Okay, thank you. We are, of course, here at the event of the trade union event. And still I wonder, we have Janice here, and you said you discussed the contribution of public employment services to competitiveness and quality jobs. Something that usually helps competitiveness is entrepreneurship. And my question is, in your debate, did it come up at all, or was it really focused very much on social dialogue, trade unions?
Well, what we talked about was that when we have these round tables, and I said that you need to qualify people when they are in a transformation of one sector to the other, or one company to another. You need the trade unions, you need the companies and the workers, and the public employment services, of course. But you also need startups, for example, or new companies, because since we're in transformation processes, there might be new jobs coming up in the future, or new kind of qualifications needed by new companies founded by entrepreneurs who start maybe as a startup, but they already know they're expanding because they're having a field of transformation where they will need more staff in the future. So what we also do is that we try to get them on the table as public employment services and try to talk to them. What are your needs for the future? What can you predict? And did you ever think about not only employing people from university, like fresh qualified people, but also think about having people from the transformation coming workers with work experience. And maybe this can contribute to your new startup, for example, because you have a fresh mindset of a lot of new people maybe for your startup, but you also have qualified people who come with a lot of work experience who might be useful to you too. So that's what I said in the beginning about the change of mindset. I think we have to do this change of mindset in a lot of sectors and with a lot of people. The workers have to change their mindset, the entrepreneurs, the companies, also the public employment services, because it's new for us too to do to go into companies and to do this transition and have this kind of hard transition, because that was not there in the past. This need for transformation on the labor market, not in this extent.
And some of the skills that an entrepreneur needs is also what an intrapreneur can need in a company. Before I ask another question to Robbie, I want to give you another chance to also asking questions if you wish, or comment. And if there's none, my question, there's one. Perfect. Klaus. Klaus. Of course, Klaus. We're very happy to integrate you. You can also come on stage with us if you want. Here.
Thank you. I actually wanted to ask also this question earlier for the previous panel, but because it just triggered something, Janice, when you said we need to be more flexible, and also, I mean, Sarah, you were mentioning also, I mean, I was there just a couple of weeks ago in Torino to see also what challenges you're facing. Do you think, this is, I'm playing the devil's advocate here clearly, but is it something we will have to think of, also to you, Robbie, the question, to think of maybe in the future that we wouldn't have to flexibilize the labor market, we wouldn't have to flexibilize labor law, which is for us unions this is like the total red flag. At the same time, following maybe if labor markets, if labor employment or employment relationships continue to evolve, also think of new models of employment combined with strong social safety nets, where we come back to the discussion of I don't know, the late 90s or something, or the 90s, about flexicurity models, which we know from Denmark. Is it something we have to think of? Or is it something, after what we spoke this morning about quality jobs, saying secure and safe employment, or is it better to remain employable or to remain flexible with a strong safety net? Sometimes, I mean, once again, this is the red flag for us trade unions, but I think sometimes we also have to think about these eventualities.
That was a question to
all of them.
All of us.
To all of them, that's good. So I would suggest what I do is I add one question for Robbie, and then Robbie starts, and you follow. But my one question to you would be...
I can pick the easier question.
But the one question that I would have to you is when you discussed about the just transition, and we've briefly touched on that before, is whether you have talked about regions. Because my understanding is that, for example, for a country like Sweden, just transition is really also a question of survival in many ways. So they're very keen on keeping it. That may not necessarily be the same in Germany, but in Spain, in Greece, whatsoever. So is there a difference in regions, and why?
Yeah, there's a huge difference with the regions, and it really depends on the country and how the national system organizes itself. And in some countries, particularly it tends to be in smaller countries, it's centralized to central bureaucracy, and the role of the regions is more secondary or tertiary. They're involved later in the process in the consultative, but they're not really driving the just transition. And then in other countries, perhaps like Sweden, also in Spain, they have created a system where they really devolve their systems to a regional level that they can really drive on it. But that is also can lead to tensions, and this was something that we touched on in the workshop, is that even within trade unions, for example, there were no employer organizations in the workshops, which is why I'm picking on the trade unions. There can be tensions between trade unions at a local, at a regional level, or at a national level. And so if a coal mine is being closed, for example, the local trade union It's their workers. They feel they have to protect them. They might be more hesitant about what national support levels are coming. They might be a bit more questioning, what is this EU funding? Will we definitely get it? How will we get it? How are we going to train these people? Can we guarantee they'll get their jobs? These questions require a lot more thinking and reflection, because what's at stake for them is much higher. Versus if you have a trade union at a national level, of course they care about all the workers and the workers at the local level, but they might be part of a different consultative body, and they're looking at it from a very different perspective. And in some countries, you don't have local and regional trade union representation at all. And that also creates a big problem of how do these priorities get fed in to a national system when the national system, it's not actively excluding the regions, but it's certainly not encouraging their active involvement in a quality way. To the question of flexibility, I think it's a very difficult one. I think to a certain extent there has to be flexibility in the labour market with what we're seeing. Eurofound, we run a thing called the European Restructuring Monitor, where we catch live data around what is happening in the labour market. And so we can see where jobs are being cut. Whenever a company announces that 100 jobs are being cut or created, we log it into our system. You can view it online. We do an explanation as to why jobs are being created or lost. But what you can see is there's huge changes happening in the labour market at the moment, and I think burying your head is not the solution, and pretending that it's not happening is not going to work. I think you have to have this active engagement, whether it's through social dialogue processes, whether it's through some sort of a restructuring initiative or a just transition initiative where you're forecasting for the skills that you need, for the jobs that you need. Obviously, it needs to be managed in a way where people have quality employment and quality jobs and good working conditions. And that was another thing that came up from Eurofound's research. When you look at the just transition, employer organizations talk about for every job lost, a job needs to be created. And the focus is really on industrial policies that create employment. But the conversation around the quality of those jobs is completely missing. And when you go to the trade union perspective, they are talking about maintaining the current quality jobs, but ensuring that when we create new jobs in the green sector, that those are quality jobs. And just because they're new, it's not a given that they will be of good quality.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll actually say to Klaus that I think sometimes as a trade unionist, we're a bit hard on ourselves. I don't think that we're not flexible. I think that sometimes we lack the conditions to be able to be flexible. Because we did, and we are, I'm talking about myself in Italy right now, we have local, we have regional, we have national representation. And then when we go to the table at the ministry to make agreements when a company is closing or is having a hard time and we need to shift workers from one company to another and reskill them in the process of shifting, we're all there. The local, the regional, and the national. We're there at the negotiation table. But the question is, how flexible are us, the workers, expected to be? Mm-hmm. Because it is true that new jobs are being created, but where? If I have an automotive company, the energy company that is being built, or the gigafactory, it's in Spain, it's in France. Is it near me? Where am I expected to go? So that is the question. How flexible do you want me to be? So how much should I change my life in order to get that new job? How much training should I do? At what kind of stage? And we talked about this in our workshop as well. We're dealing with people usually now, especially in the metal worker sectors, that are the age is quite high in our plants right now. They're around 55 years old. How easy is it for them to actually really be reskilled and upskilled, especially? It is not that easy. So that is why we're saying we need also a stronger public sector and a stronger job center, because they need to be able to actually know what it's around the area and what is actually doable and realistic. So we want to be flexible, but we can be flexible only if we have solutions that are truly realistic and that can be implemented within a certain area. Because a family cannot move so easily, especially if they're going through a long period of time where they're through a protection scheme because they're not working as much, they don't even have money for a new house, and then housing come in, and the house pricing comes in. So everything is interlinked. That's why when we say we need to create an ecosystem that creates the condition to be flexible, we're willing to be. But we need industries, and we need industry to be able to invest. So we need the new companies to come in order to then have the people to work in those companies.
And we heard you say you need job centers. So
Exactly.
that is for Janice to come in and say, okay, here I am.
Yeah,
Janice,
so here we are.
Your take on it.
Okay, so I think the public employment services already realized that we have to be more flexible than before. And we touched this also in the discussion before. It was pretty linear. You know, you started a job, a career in one field, you got dismissed, you got a new job in the same field, maybe something very close to that. But you didn't think so much out of the box as a job center to find something totally different in a totally different area of work with the skills somebody has maybe not used in their job, but maybe used as a hobby, for example. And now we're taking all these skills into account. So we have to be much more flexible here and think about much more options for the future. And I think this flexibility will be something we all need. And yes, it is difficult because, of course, it's also new for the employment agencies. It's new for the trade unions. It's also new for the people who work. And we also discussed this in my workshop. I mean, did you ever think yourself about what out-of-the-box jobs you could do with your skills and assets? You know, and how flexible are we ourselves to go somewhere else? So I think this is going to be the key question of the future.
Do you need some guinea pigs at the Bundesagentur für Arbeit? We can put a list outside. Thank you very much for a very insightful and rich discussion. Appreciated. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And we now move from here with what you have shared with us. We're going to bear it in mind when we now discuss the workers' priority for the Quality Jobs Act. And I have Sarah, who remains with me on stage, and I have a few other colleagues coming, namely Antonello. Antonello, where is he? Then Paloma, of course, and Isabel. Hello, hello.
Allora inizierei io?
And 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, that's. I hope you listened carefully, so we can refer also to what participants in the workshop said and brought forward as relevant for them. But of course, now it's all about workers' priority for this upcoming Quality Jobs Act. I can say the floor is yours, who wants to start, but you know me, like I always start with the token man, so yeah. Antonello. Antonello Pietrangeli is a CESI's youth representative. You are an engineer, and you told me, yeah, I'm an engineer, but my main interest is technology and AI. You have a passion for teaching, and you're a trade unionist, of course. Yeah. Everything that we discussed today is meant to shape the labor market for future generations. So I'm very happy to have young speakers here. You are heading CESI Youth.
Yeah.
What are your priorities for the upcoming Quality Jobs Act?
Yeah, before define the priorities, I want to define what is for us a quality job, because sometimes we lose it. Because I listen too much the future, but I think that we have to focus to the present, because sometimes we lose the opportunity of the present.
If you don't mind, I wanted to discuss this morning what is the difference between a decent job and a quality job. And I was told no difference, so go ahead.
Yeah. Because they call us the generation of the opportunities. But it's true, maybe yes, because we are more connected, the extraction is higher of if we compare with the past. But I think that we are also the generation of the challenges, because we are the generation that under the Corona period and the digitalization, the AI, of course, also the green transition. That means that quality jobs, sometimes we are losing the focus on it. What I want to say with we are losing it, because sometimes I've write something that I want to mention on it, because these opportunities that we have, but we don't have a stability, this one for us is not an opportunity. And quality job, the first thing means stability. And what is the meaning for us of stability? Stability has to be the opportunity for plan our life. It's not possible that we are there and we are, we focus on the temporary contract, sometimes unpaid internship or low paid, if someone is lucky. And that means the priorities that we have to focus. The first point is about to stop precarious and temporary contract. This one is the first focus that we have, because we have of course, we hope that this Quality Job Act could be finally the action that finally recognize this type of job that are not fair. Because every one of us have to be the possibility to plan our life. In this way, it's not possible to plan it. If we change a work every 6 months, it's not a type. This one is not quality job. And the other one I want to connect about the portability of the skills, because this one is one of the, I think, one of the challenges of the Job Act, because it's not possible that every time that we change the work, we have to start from the base of this type of work, because it's like that we are losing all the skills that we have back, the skills that we have back from the works, the skills that we are back from the instruction. And that means that we have to preserve also this type of things. And the other one, of course, is about the mental health, because a lot of, especially the younger, for this type of contract, and also I want to say other things about the AI that we use. Every time they ask us more and more. Because, of course, we talk in the workshop downstairs about the AI and the performance of the AI. But who benefits of it? I don't think the workers. Because the benefits, now with the AI, they ask more, I think. And maybe we have to stop also this type of things on the using of the AI. And we have to focus on and to train the workers to use the AI. This one also is a quality job for me. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Stability, you said, and also low pay. That somehow brought me to Paloma, because Paloma Repila comes from a critical sector in Europe, which is the nursing. Hospitals, which is probably the area where most jobs will be created in future, if only we could find people, but because unfortunately the pay is very low. So Paloma, you are also president. You are also the president of CESI's expert commission on health services, of course. Your priorities.
Thank you. Thank you. We are almost the last ones of a long and hot day. I'm not the youngest one, you will see. And I think in this time of the afternoon, everything it's just said. But I will try to make a short speech with conclusions. My English is not good enough to have a discussion at a real time, but I wrote my little speech and I will read it. Please be patient with a poor Spanish middle-aged woman.
That is the best way to getting more time than the others.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, it's a privilege to address you today on a matter that lies at the heart of Europe's social and economic future, the transformation of our labor market and the growing shortage of professionals. We meet a critical juncture across the European Union. We are confronted with persistent labor and skills shortages, driven by demographic change, technological transformation, and structural challenges in working conditions. These shortages are not as abstract. They are already impacting in the sustainability of our public services, our economic resilience, and crucially, the well-being of our citizens. In this context, the PILAC initiative represents a concrete and forward-looking response. It is grounded in a simple but powerful principle. The future of work must be shaped with workers, not for them. PILAC aims to strengthen the capacity of trade unions, promote exchange and share knowledge, and contribute to policy making at European level. In short, it ensures that workers' voices are not only heard, but actively shape Europe's response to change. From CESI's perspective and from my own trade union called Sindicato de Enfermería, SATSE, in Spain, the shortage of professionals is one of the most pressing challenges of our time. In healthcare, we may face a shortfall of millions of professionals in the coming years. This is not only a labor market issue, it is a systemic risk. It endangers patient safety, increases burnout, and weakens our healthcare systems. CESI therefore calls for a comprehensive approach, better working conditions, investment in training, fair mobility, and a stronger recognition of key professions. Because, let me be clear, we cannot solve shortages without improving the quality of jobs. At the same time, we must address the dual transition, digitalization, and demographic aging. Technology must support professionals, not replace them, and never increase their burden. And aging populations will continue to increase demand for care, making action even more urgent. Closing, let me conclude with a clear message. Europe must place professionals at the center of its policies. This means investing in people, improving working conditions, and strengthening social dialogue. Only then can we ensure that no worker is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I wonder who of you is still very attentive. Because there it says, Sinove nüchtern. Do you see her? No. And we don't only have one, but two colleagues on stage. Why? Because there was, again, a change. And we have two very spontaneous colleagues, Sarah and Isabel. Sarah Rinaudo, you already know. Isabel Garcia Sanchez is a teacher and a vice representative of AMPE, which is the Spanish trade union. So I will ask Isabel now, because we had the health sector just now. Now I want to move to another very critical sector, also critical for competitiveness. We often forget that. And by the way, in the AI Act, which was mentioned so often this morning, there is no reference to education in that AI Act, which is very astonishing because it's the basis for everything that we do when it comes to labor markets. So, Isabel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Yes, as a teacher, but I think what I'm going to say can be connected to almost all of the public administration sectors and also to some of the CESI youth concerns, because I'm part of the CESI youth. And the first one I would like to talk about to make teaching profession attractive again. Young people, when they finish their degrees, don't want to work in education anymore. And there are several reasons for that. One is that we are not socially valued. It's like teachers. It happens in Spain and in many countries, but in the Scandinavian countries, it doesn't happen. So something can be done to change this situation, because the difference among countries is radical. So we should study why in some countries they are valued and why we are not in another countries such as mine. They don't want to work in education because the salaries are really low. We can talk all the afternoon about inflation, but it is really affecting the public administration sector in Spain and in education. Teachers cannot afford a house, and it's a critical situation right now. The second priority is to ensure teachers' safety. We are dealing with more and more aggressions in our classes, verbally but also physically. And the thing is that we have realized that families usually support their children. They confront teachers. It's like, my child? No. No, my child is an angel. No, it's not possible that they have done so. And we are not supported by the educational community, so we are asking for being public authorities to ensure that the administration back us when these difficult and violent situations appear. So I think this is one of the main needs that needs to be done. And the third one, the last but not the least, of course, is, as Antonello said, is the temporary employment. Thousands and thousands of teachers every year go from one short-term contract to another. And in most of the cases, the new short-term contract is hundreds of kilometers away from their homes, which means that personal stability not found, because they need to go like 2 hours away from their home. So imagine, but it also affects schools. Every single year, the teachers are changing, so there's no continuity, and the main, the ones that are suffering are the teachers, but the most ones are the students. So we can say that quality in education is endangered, and these are 3 priorities, but there are much more, and we need to deal with it. So thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. Again, it's interesting how different it is in different regions, because I would say the teachers in Germany, and maybe we have trade unions here who can better tell than I, but in Germany they have a good situation, long-term employment, good salary, and at the same time, I think the question of social value is a very interesting one also. And that relates also to nurses. Jobs that are highly sought after, but don't seem to be valued as much. So that it's at least financially much more attractive to become a banker and not a nurse. Sarah.
Yes. Hello again. So first, I would like to actually answer the question that you asked before. Is there a difference between decent job and quality job? Because in my personal view, there is.
I would also have said that.
Because you can say teacher is a decent job. Within these conditions, not a quality job. So there is a huge difference. A decent job, you get paid for the hour, you get paid the right amount or the amount that is being contracted for the hours that you do, you get your breaks. That is decent. Quality is a whole different story. Quality can also be perceived individually and collectively. So there is a lot to talk when we talk about quality, and it is not the same thing. Because when priorities also for the collective change, also the quality that is demanded gets higher, and the things that we ask and to be implemented in order to have quality within the workplace changes. Again, with what we mentioned before, in a sector like mine where the average age is very high, in order for the workers to have a perception of a quality job when collective bargaining their welfare, you need to put into their welfare states actions that take into account the fact that they have to take care of the elderly. For a young person, might be that in my welfare, I have to have the time to reduce my hours but work the same because I have to pick up my kid. Or I have to have a bonus of money in order to be able to have a voucher to pay for the kindergarten. So that changes within the quality. Quality is, I think, that is the hard trick for us as trade unions also. It's something that is very hard to set up a standard in a collective way, because it could be very individual and also very, very sectorial. But what we can say, and quality jobs often gets very, very related to quality of life. While decent work, that is a different decent work stays the same because it has those standards. We can work, and this is, I think, what we're doing right now within the dialogue that we're having right here, right now, that we can set standards of quality that can be collective as well, such as saying, stop the precariousness. Or if you cannot stop the precariousness, you have to build a system of social protection that gives the possibility for a worker that has a 3-month contract, then stays 3 months at home, that 3 months again working, that the pension contribution is paid, even within that time period when he's not working. The problem also with short-term contracts is not just the fact that my work experience is at risk for what I can do in the future, but it's also the fact that I'm not able to apply for a mortgage and I cannot get a house. So my stability is hindered. I still have to live with my parents, or I have to live with a different type with a lot of people in order to be able to afford a room that is now at the cost of a whole apartment. So those are the problems that we, I think, should work about. So when we talk about workers' priorities, we're talking about what we can do to actually set a standard that is collectively acceptable and then gives enough room for collective bargaining to be able to also answer the individual needs of the individual groups or the different groups that are part of the workforce.
I want to come back to this aspect. You said 3 months at home, 3 months at work, which sounds a bit scaring to me, but I know what you want to say. And Antonella, you had mentioned stability. Let's not go for 1 year contract and the next 1 year contract, but we want something to plan. That reminded me again of this one slogan that I've already put out here before, which when I left public service and moved to private company, the first speech I had to write was about employability instead of long-term employment. That's my number one. And the second slogan that I've learned there is, nothing is as constant as change. You can do with it what you want, but that is a bit what I have seen ever since, also in labor markets. So what does stability mean for you? Is it only, and we're sitting here with the trade unions of the public employment, is it like lifelong employment? Is it 2 years contract? Is it, what does stability mean? And I ask you because, again, it's a use, I see your point. And I heard very well what Sarah said about let's create a system around it, the social net, that ensures that there is a work forward. Perhaps also with what Gianni said, using the skills via employment agencies. But what is stability for you?
Yeah, this one is so personal question because in my idea, no, I'm one that I don't like the stability, for example. No, I don't like because when I think that I'm stable in one place, I need to find something that my goal have to be another one because I need every time that something push me to do it better. But in this type of question, stability for me, that's mean that have to be the possibility to say, okay, I'm here, I do everything that I was possible. Now I'm able to do other things. This one that I arrived to the first step that I set, and I'm able to look other steps. That's mean, for example, no, when we talk about workers' rights, social dialogue, also the future of work. Sometimes we discuss, for example, about policies, regulation, economic indicators. But this topic is so personal, close to the workers, no? Because the perspective of if you ask to me,
let me ask it differently. Because when we look at the Quality Jobs Act, what I've seen is people working in companies on for a year with the promise we're going to give you a long-term contract, and that has gone on with an outside agency. And then it's always like 1 week with the outside agency, and then another year, and then another year. And that turned like for 9 years, and after 9 years, suddenly it was over. The question is that something that with the Quality Jobs Act we could address? Or? Yeah,
in one phrase, I think that stability is the jobs, the type of jobs that are people, especially young, I think, to build a life, because it's not just to survive 3 months on 3 months, but it's to the opportunity to look in the future, not like tomorrow, but to look too far. This one is the idea that I have about stability. That to be the condition, you have to be the rights, you have to be the guarantee that where you are in a safest place. That means that you are able to plan your life. Because the first, every one of us, after the university, after the instruction, looks for the first things to the job. If you arrive to the first goal, after you are able, okay, I want to buy the house, I want to rent a house, I want to plan maybe a family, for example. And the other things that is not only for the worker better, but also for the company. Because imagine that you have someone that works for you, and this one every 3 months have a new contract. Of course, he's not stable in this place. He's not doing the best in your company, no? Because maybe he's looking in other companies, looking for another work. He's doing in this period a lot of interview because he's looking at better condition. That means he's not focusing the work that he's doing. Maybe he's doing it for the curriculum. Maybe, or maybe he's doing it also only for to say to the family, oh, I'm starting to work. Slowly I will be independent. Because another thing that we have to focus is the independent that every of us dream sooner after the instruction, no? And if you stop, if you don't arrive to this first step, and you are connected, you are linked too close to your family, because I know a lot of workers that every month have back from the family the same amount of money that they have when they are students, because the money that they have from the first jobs that they have is not enough. Or I know a lot of workers that after 5 years, after 4 years of temporary contract, in one day discover that is the last day, and they come back to the parents' house, And this one is the worst situation for younger, but for all, of course. But if we focus on the younger, this one is the worst situation because mostly come back for the parents' house that maybe lives in the countryside, maybe lives in a place that are not connected to the cities where they have more opportunities. And sometimes now they are scared to do this first step. They don't want to come back to this type of work because they are scared that now they are starting new work. I'm looking for new house, because also was mentioned by Isabel about the problem of affordable housing. No, that also with CESI we have a position on it, and we are scared to. Oh, now I have to start to find a new house. Maybe this work will finish soon. And this one, after we connect to the mental health, because from this first problem, we arrive to other type. We are not connecting, like Isabel, for example, to burnout that we have in the teachers. But, for example, we have a problem with depression. We have a problem that we are not motivation. We don't have to able to set our goals. Yeah.
So, Isabel, Antonello referred to you, and you also said we are socially not valued. Do you see that this has changed over the past years? Is there a degradation? Has it always been like that? And if you look forward to the Equality Jobs Act, what would be the 2 elements, 3 elements where you say, really, these ones, as a trade union, we want to see them there because it's the only way to move forward?
I know that it wasn't like that some decades ago. My parents, my grandparents, they told me that if the teacher called the parents for a meeting, the child will be terrified. Because after the meeting, the child will be punished by the parents, and they said, you cannot do it. The teacher was always right. So I know that it was different some decades ago. Now, as I said before, they always position next to their kids, and they don't care about what teachers say. And that's a pity because we are losing authority, and I think this is because with all the craziness in the work space, the families see us as caregivers. They just want us to keep their children safe until they finish their job. They don't see us as educators. And I think that's one of the main reasons why this is happening. And what was the second question, sorry?
What would be if you could choose 3 elements and say these are really the ones that I want to see in a quality job? You spoke about pay, yes?
Well, yes, of course. I think that salaries, so public salaries, because I'm a teacher in the public education system. I think that our salaries needs to be connected to the CPI. If there is inflation, if there is more and more inflation, our salaries needs to be connected to that increase. And also, I believe that another important thing is to have a professional career. Which motivates us, because once we get our post, we cannot grow professionally. We don't have this professional career. If we have so, I think that a teacher will be motivated to keep developing and to facing the different situations that are happening. For example, AI. I mean, there are many people who does not have a clue about a digital world, about the digital world. Sorry. So we need that motivation to keep growing, to face all the things that are happening so fast in our society.
Paloma, remaining challenges.
Thank you, Kerstin, for the question. I will take the opportunity to discuss the challenges and the main measures or solutions or relatives about the healthcare sector. In my opinion, I think the main challenges faced by healthcare workers are the following, similar to professors. First, poor working conditions. Second, the lack of work-life balance in a workforce that is predominantly female. Third, the lack of attractiveness of the sector. Although healthcare professions share a strong vocation of service, this vocation is neither sufficiently recognized nor adequately remunerated, like professors. In addition, we face the progressive aging of the population and a growing demand for all types of care. And finally, we must ensure the sustainability of the health and social care system without reducing the quality of care. Thus, it's a big deal. And without resorting to lower or fast-track qualification. This is the most important as a solution to staff shortages. And the main or some solution or some measures I think we will try. We are aware that there is a shortage of highly qualified healthcare professionals, such as doctors and nurses. The first step is to analyze how many professionals are needed and for what purposes. This will allow us to determine how many training places are required and how training curricula must evolve to respond to emerging health needs. Second, we must improve recognition, work-life balance, and remuneration too. And third, it is essential to properly regulate occupational diseases, ensure adaptation after sick leave, and address psychosocial risks. Because without protecting professionals, we cannot protect our healthcare system.
Thank you very much. We have heard this morning how much has happened since 2017, since the European Pillar of Social Rights. With the action plan, now the Quality Jobs Act comes up. Sarah, you have the last word. Okay. You've heard about all the challenges. How confident are you that trade unions will tackle them and that you will move one step further from a decent job to a quality job in many sectors?
I'm quite confident. I'm quite confident because I'm quite combative. So I am confident because we are talking a lot about it. And we're not only talking a lot about it within the institutions, but we're actually talking a lot about it with our workers. And if we talk to the workers, it's not a threat, but that's when institutions should worry. Because when the talk is collective, then we can get to where we want to go. So I am quite confident. It's going to be a hard road. There's going to be a lot of bumps, I think, but shifts needs to be taken in order for our society to thrive. And I think when the very core of society is at risk, there is no stopping workers or trade unions to do what they need to do.
Isn't that a fantastic final word for this panel? Thank you very much to all of you. You have almost managed. Not only you here, you have managed, and thank you very much. We're going to move seats now, but you too have almost managed. So we are coming very close to the closing of the summer days, which is always a pity because the atmosphere is great relaxing, and people enjoy it. I know that today everybody's happy to know that cool drinks are around the corner. So Romain, Francesco, I don't see. If Francesco isn't here, Romain, then I guess you will have to do it. Inshallah. Well, if you want, you do it there. And then when Francesco comes, we integrate him.
Okay. Thanks. It's like being here. It's 1 year ago, but it seems the same as a year ago. But it's a little hotter. So, yes, you all know that now the time has come for the European Commission to present end of 2026 the Quality Job Act. I've heard now a lot. And if you ask me what is a quality job, I see that some jobs, they are not quality jobs. For me, is a bad example for that are the platform workers where there's no quality job. But for me, personally, only personally, a quality job is a job where you can live decently. At least when I see jobs, you have a job, but you cannot live with this job. You have not a good salary. And beneath, I think also that you need good working conditions. Because we know all that we spend a lot of time of our life at work. But that's not all. It was said before, recognition of your work. Also that is very, very important. Socially valued work. Yeah, also that, I think that's also part of a quality job. But only a Quality Jobs Act, that's not enough. Because you have also to know that afterwards, a lot of that has to be implemented in your countries. And I have seen how difficult it is. I have it seen lately with the Minimum Wage Directive. Because also there we had a lot of problems with the implementation in my country, in that case, in Luxembourg. And as I said before, jobs and tasks, they are changing, especially in the context of AI. Knowing also that AI is also depending on all the information inside that someone gets inside. This information has to be the right information. If not, AI is not so important. So the quality of the information is very, very important. And also the answer to the question, I heard it before, who is accountable, who is responsible for the decisions taken by AI? One thing is for sure, for me at least, the whole process must remain human-centered. Yeah, because I suppose there are a lot of trade unionists here inside. We need now strong trade unions, that for sure. We need strong social partnership, and we need also strong social dialogue. I've seen it. Social dialogue is very nice. You listen to the social partners, and then you do what you want it to do. And that is not social dialogue. That's not real dialogue in that sense. And I think it would be good also for the politicians to know that we suspect that we need a real social dialogue. In my country, there has been big meetings because the social dialogue was not functioning well. So let's see what will happen next at the end of the year. We will see more. It's good to have this Quality Job Act, but it will not be the end of the line. I also wanted to say something of the summer days, because summer days, it's the most important meeting of CESI in the year, and it's I regret it. It's one of only one that where we can meet together, where we can meet physically, and I think that's of biggest importance that you also see people in a room like this. I hope not in a room as so as this, but that's also a positive aspect of the summer day. And the topic of this year, I already mentioned it, is also very, very actual. So, yeah, what shall I say more? I suspected someone would come and do it with me together.
If Francesco is still coming.
He's still coming. But before he's coming, then I would say I would thank you all. Thank you all that you stayed here until the nearly end, I have to say, for this meeting, because it's not so easy. It's very hot here inside. You don't see any sun, but when you get out, you will feel it. Big thanks not only to you, to the audience, but also big thanks to all who helped us today that the summer days could be a success. A big thank to Kerstin, because you did it perfectly as all the years, and we hope to see you again next year. But I will not have the last word. I know there's something you have to tell us afterwards.
I think for the trade unions to moving forward to the Quality Jobs Act and potentially the next steps, it probably needs the experience of long-term trade unions like Romain, who I didn't introduce because everybody knows him after 20 years. And yes, CESI has managed to make sure that this becomes a quality job for everybody who was here. Means there's food outside and drinks. The one thing is, please, if you want alcoholic drinks, we would ask you to kindly address it to the bar and to pay for it, because that's a new rule with the heat and the commission budget, etc. But there is nice food outside, there are soft drinks outside, and hopefully you will stay with us to celebrate a hot summer evening. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.